December 18th, 2025, regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Wisman School District to order at 6 p.m. I'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the republic, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Can I have a roll call, please?
Devin Conley,
Anna Reed, Lisa Henry,
Charles DeFazio.
Bill Lambert, all the trustees are present. So the next item is the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any comments on the agenda? Trustee Reed? No, okay. Okay.
other than the moving of.
One thing about the agenda,
showcase.
I've been informed that we will not have the preschool showcase this evening. That will be moved till January 15th. Any comments or questions? Is there any member of the public who would wish to speak on the agenda? Don't see anyone in person. And I do not see anyone online. Have a motion to approve the agenda?
so moved.
Second,
Motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Reed that we approve the agenda with the exception that the school showcase will not be heard this evening. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Next item, item 3. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak on the closed session agenda items? Do not see anyone in person. And I do not see anyone online. With that, we will close the open session and move to closed session at 6:02. And we're reconvening open session at 7:07 PM. No reportable action was taken during closed session. Next item. And on items C and D on the closed session agenda, trustee DeFazio recused himself. Move on to the organizational meeting. This is that time of the year where we elect new officers for the board, and we'll go in order from election of president. And after the election of president, I will turn over the gavel to the new president, and he or she will go through and will elect a vice president, clerk, and then we will, we'll discuss the assignments. Okay, do I have any a motion for or motion, or looks like we're ready to go for recommend a president?
I would like to nominate trustee DeFazio as president.
Trustee DeFazio, are you willing to, interested in becoming president?
Absolutely.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Henry that the board elect trustee DeFazio as our next president. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. And before I turn this over to our new president, I would just like to say that it's been an honor serving as president for this board and to representing Superintendent Bear and his staff. And it's also been a pleasure representing the parents, the residents, and the students of the Mountain View Westman School District for the last year. So with that, I will turn the gavel over to trustee DeFazio, president.
Right. Thank you, everyone. I'll just be brief in my remarks accepting the presidency. Thank you for my colleagues. Thank you, Superintendent Bear, dedicated staff. Honored that you've all entrusted me to be president. Over the past few years, we've faced a lot of challenges and successes. When I was considering why I wanted to serve on the board, I knew that I wanted to navigate those challenges in a positive manner and come together as a community. I'd hope to bring some reasoned, steady oversight and leadership. Our new board, we all had to hit the ground running, I think, and I would say we rose to the challenge. Hiring a new superintendent, course correcting and staff housing, and overseeing the continuing work of the district. We still have a lot of work ahead of us, have uncertain economic headwinds, and we're striving to still fulfill the opportunity we have to guarantee that all of our students get a great education regardless of their background. As we've been discussing over the past few months, we'll have difficult choices to make in the meetings ahead. And as presidents, I aim to foster an open, trusting environment where every one of us feels our voices are heard, even if we end up disagreeing. We've got talented teachers in our schools, dedicated staff, a community that cares, and amazing students to teach. I say that everything's a work in progress, so let's continue that work. Thank you. With that, I'll take my newly prepared script for how to run a meeting, and I will, so bear with me on my first one as president. We are moving on to election of a vice president. Do I have a motion for nomination for someone to be vice president?
I would like to nominate trustee Lisa Henry as our next vice president.
Second.
All right. Motion from trustee Lambert and trustee Reed for nominate trustee Lisa Henry as vice president. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Trustee Henry. Vice President Henry. Feel free to take your new seat if you'd like.
Let's just wait.
All right, I'll move on. I'll move on to the clerk of the board. So do I have a nomination for election of the clerk?
I nominate trustee Anna Reed as our next clerk.
Second.
Right. Motion by trustee Lambert and seconded by trustee Conley to nominate trustee Reed as clerk. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. All right. I think everyone's settled. So our next action is appointment of the secretary of the board. I think the staff, you want to discuss this? The staff recommendation is appointing the superintendent as secretary to the board.
Sounds perfect. Happy to do so.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
A second.
A motion by trustee Conley, seconded by trustee Henry. The motion to appoint Superintendent Bear as the secretary to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now we get to our first discussion item of the meeting. So we're going to discuss board committee assignments. Oops. Is there?
Yeah, so I think Nancy has passed around the committee assignments document. You've had a chance to look. I believe some suggestions have been, or wants have been accommodated on there. Now's the time. We will bring this back again January 15th for approval. That's the plan. But now if there are any other refinements or suggestions or wants or exchanges, this would be the time to have that conversation.
One thing I'd like to add is that I think there will be one more CHAC meeting, and I just received a couple of days ago. It's going to be in March, and I think that's going to be the last one to close it out. So I've been on that, and I'll continue on that too, for that last meeting in March.
Trustee Conley?
Yes, so usually the board president attends the LAMV PTA council meetings, the MVWSD president's meetings, PTA president's meetings, and in the past, the DAC, but not always. So it depends on your availability as well.
Yeah, I think I'd be happy to serve on those committees. So, any other comments? Trustee Conley?
Well then, are you going to continue on the policy committee? Because you are also, this doesn't look like it has incorporated new things.
Yeah, okay,
No.
sorry about that.
This is the current listings. And so the Staff Housing Oversight Committee no longer exists. We have created the board. You are currently on that board. You're going to be board president, and you're going to attend all of these other 3 committees. Do you still want to serve on the policy committee, or are you looking for somebody to rotate on?
I would love to continue to serve on the policy committee. I don't know if there's interest from others in serving on it, but we started that one part of the way through the year, so I'd like to at least hand it off. I don't intend to be chair of the committee going forward. But if there's other interest, I'm also open to hearing from folks who would like to serve on it.
I'm interested eventually, but when you're ready to come off, I'm not chomping at the bit, but if you start to feel overwhelmed during the school year and want to rotate, that's absolutely fine too.
Appreciate that. Any
You're also health and wellness.
Yes, I have health and wellness as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind
Mhm.
being on at least one committee, okay? And I would continue serving on the Budget Advisory Committee. I think that was appropriate. Um, And if there's other ones, people.
So I will be dropping off of the deck because you'll be picking it up. And so I would like to stay on DLAC. I am interested in taking on at least one more committee. I usually try to be on at least two. And so I think we need to make sure the committees, the burden is distributed so that trustees also.
Would you be
get
interested in staying on the DAC? I'm not.
I've never served on the DAC committee ever, but I'd be willing to do that. Yeah.
Maybe Bill does the deck.
Mhm.
I'd be willing to pick up health and wellness or the MVF board meeting. I mean, it's really kind of what, for our newer trustees, what have you not served on yet that you would be interested in learning more about? I think that's one of the best ways to learn about different facets of the organization. So I'm ambivalent, but I'd like to serve on at least two.
I've enjoyed my time on health and wellness, but I'm happy to swap with you on that. Yep. Trustee Henry?
I'm fine with keeping what I have. I'm also, if anybody wants to swap anything, I'm fine with that too. I was also curious if, from staff perspective, if there's anything else out there that we should or could have board presence at that we don't currently. I know some districts, some school boards, for example, have like this would be adding something, but have like a 2x2 meeting with their city or with their high school district, but I also didn't know if there are any existing committees where it would be helpful or possible to have board presence.
Initiating some sort of meeting with the city, I think would be a positive. So let me do a little legwork on that first and bring.
I think it would also want to echo the high school district one might be also an interesting thing to explore for whether the high school district as well.
Okay.
I'm on the same boat as Vice President Henry in that I feel like after this first year, I just got to know kind of what these committees are, their structure and what they're doing and who the people are on it. I feel like it would be beneficial to stay on and now actually have more input instead of being like deer in headlights, what am I doing? And then maybe consider changing for then the next 2 years. So that's the thought process in my head of like, get to know what the position is, do something about the position, and then explore something else.
Trustee Lambert, do you have any more comments or your mic? Okay. All right. So I think we have sufficient information. All right. That ends this item. We will now move on to the consent agenda. These items are considered routine and will be acted on upon in one motion. Does any member wish to remove an item for separate consideration? Okay. Seeing none, okay. Is there any public comment, or do we have any questions from trustees? No? Is there any public comment on the remaining consent items? See, I will look for members of the public. So no members in person wishing to speak. I see one hand remote. So I will give 3 minutes to MVWSD parent.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay? Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks. Just a couple of items on the consent agenda. First of all, on the inventory, I appreciate all the work that this district has put into getting the inventory up to date. I do want to comment, though, that I have not seen the vehicle inventory, and I also haven't seen things like the dozens and dozens of iPhones and the furniture at the staff housing. So I'm sort of wondering when we might see a complete inventory as we investigate the budget. I'm particularly interested in seeing that the money that we spend is also accounted for down the line. So just hoping that we can see a complete inventory at some point in the very near future. And then secondly, with regard to personnel and the personnel report, I just wanted to single out that I know we're getting a new principal at our middle school, Graham Middle School, and just wanted to thank Principal Benavidez for all of his hard work over his tenure at Graham. Really appreciate the positive changes that have been made there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Trustee Conley,
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
do I have a second?
I second.
A motion by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Lambert. Do I take the vote on the minute? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now we enter communications. This is where we have groups come to speak. First up is employee organizations. Do we have anyone from our employee organizations wishing to speak? No. Do we have anyone from district committees to provide an update? I have a brief update from the Board Policy Committee. We met on December 10th, 2025. We reviewed and discussed 30 board policies, bylaws, and exhibits. Recommended 21 of them for approval, some with adjustments, 3 to be rescinded, and the remainder we will revisit at the next meeting. They're going to come later on the agenda for a first reading, and our next meeting is scheduled for January 14th, 2026. Now, finally, I'll call on Superintendent Bear for the superintendent's report.
Yeah, wanted to just close out the staff housing, and I won't talk about it again. And Charles, as the housing board representative, will present information from time to time, certainly at least annually. But after a year of planning and action, our staff housing is now cost neutral. It's 71% full, and soon we'll have a wait list. At the end of November, the Staff Housing Nonprofit Board took an important step. It approved the trustees' recommendation to significantly lower rents for our staff. That average reduction was about 22%. And that will begin on January 1, 2026. Income qualifying staff members have been signing up as we speak to be among the first applicants in this new leasing period. We are prioritizing full-time employees in hard-to-fill positions per board direction. I'm proud to share that MVWSD has now fully transitioned our staff housing to the nonprofit MVW Residences Corporation Board. The board's responsible for managing this important community asset and helping us Foothill De Anza, and the city meet their housing goals. This structure lets our trustees and district staff stay focused on what matters most, and that's the kids in our classrooms. And look what's happening just in the 9 months since our housing community opened its doors. We've significantly lowered both rents and operating costs. We've eliminated expensive land lease payments, and we've built partnerships that make this community asset even stronger. We've heard stories from our staff about the life-changing benefit, and we really look forward to welcoming more staff into that amazing community. I know many of you were there. We had a ribbon cutting for Foothill. They wanted to recognize the opening of their staff housing, so we were over there just a little bit earlier this afternoon. And again, it was a time to celebrate the work. So congratulations on the accomplishment.
Thank you, Superintendent Bear. So the next portion of the agenda is discussion and action. Item number one is the resolution honoring the service and legacy of Rose Filicetti.
Yes, so I want to welcome guests. I will let them introduce. But I know, well, I'll introduce Matt Savage is here, Rose Felicetti's son, and her nephew, Chris Turkin, is a Redwood City council member, and is here as well, so welcome. Recently, Rose Filicetti passed away, and she served our district from 1994 to 2004. A decade that included the historic merger of these two school districts, right? That we kind of roll off our tongues as commonplace now, but that wasn't the situation. And Rose was really a force behind that. She also was a force behind the passage of both a bond and a partial tax during her time on the Mountain View and Mountain View Wisman School District boards. She went on to lead Santa Clara County School Boards Association as its executive director as well. Rose dedicated her life to public service and to uplifting her communities. She often spoke with pride about her years in Mountain View Wisman School District, and she truly cherished the time spent serving our students, staff, and families. I can speak on a personal level. She was a board member when I was a principal at Landals in Mountain View way back when, and she was direct with words and got done what she needed to get done, but always in the best interest of the kids of this community. So with that, I know we have some recognition and thanks, but I'm sure the trustees want to share some words as well.
Do we want to have discussion? Should we do public comment? All right. So any questions from the trustees as usual? No. Would a member of the public wish to speak on the resolution? I think if in person, fill out a speaker card. If anyone online wishes to speak, they can raise their hand.
So I have a statement from former trustee Laura Blakely that she asked me to read. She is unable to be here. Okay, Laura Blakely. I wish I could attend in person this evening to honor Rose Filicetti, who was a truly amazing leader and a strong advocate for students in our community. I first recall meeting her in 2004 during Mountain View Wisman School District's first successful Measure J parcel tax campaign. She was there in the trenches, helping to ensure our district received tax funding so that we could reopen our school libraries and rehire our janitors. After her board service and before moving to the coast, I guess that's West Coast, right? Rose became Mountain View Education Foundation's first paid executive director. And it was in that role when I served on the Mountain View Education Foundation board and as Mountain MVEF president that I worked most closely with her. In addition to using her strong voice and positive energy to support our students in every way possible, Rose really knew how to throw a party. The Mountain View Education Foundation galas, although we didn't call them galas in those days, were really something else. A grand tradition was born. For these and so many other reasons, Rose will be missed. I am grateful the board is honoring her legacy this evening.
Thank you. I don't see any other public comments. Would trustees like to, anyone wishing to discuss?
I mean, I think the resolution tonight carries a lot of what the board would like to express, and I anticipate we'll do a choral, we usually do a choral reading of resolutions that are approved by the board. So I look forward to that, but I think I didn't know former trustee Filicetti well personally, but I knew of her by reputation. Everybody said, have you met Rose? Have you talked to Rose? Find out what she thinks. And, you know, I think I can speak for many of the more recent electeds who have come up in the last decade or so, that she was a model of leadership and community partnership. She was practically a resource and referral agency in and of herself, bringing together nonprofits, bringing together electeds, community members, and always towards a goal of justice. So I'm very glad that we're going to recognize her tonight and honor her memory. And I woke up in the middle of the night a while ago trying to think of what we could do to continue her legacy in our district. And so I'm very excited that we're going to be creating for the future an ongoing annual award for a community partner that works with our school district in service of students that will be named the Rose Filicetti Community Partner Award. Because as evidenced by her work in Santa Cruz County, for example, she was a master of trying to break down these silos between different fields, different organizations, different levels of government and bring people together. And I think we will always, as a school district, need our community partners, and recognizing the work and contribution that they make towards the needs of our students in her honor is a wonderful way to carry on her legacy in the future.
Trustee Lambert?
Yeah, I'd like to share a few of my sort of thoughts and experiences. I also did not work directly with Rose. But on my first time on the board from 2012 to 2016, you know, as soon as I got on the board, every single day, I got 3 to 4 emails, okay? And from this person, Rose Filicetti, they were about articles, they were information about school districts, about meetings to go to. And one of the first things I did was ask former trustee Ellen Wheeler, who in the world is this person, right? And so she sort of told me the background and her contribution. I did have the opportunity to meet Rose at several social events, and you know, it was just her sort of generosity and her opinions. It was very firm, and I mean, I was just sort of stunned at the things she was telling me. And I remember in those situations, she almost held court, you know, got down to the sofa and people would come up to her and just, you know, talk and learn so much from her. So, I mean, she really was a wonderful person, and I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to know her.
So, should we motion to suspend the rules, take an additional public comment?
You can submit your
You can
card
sub- you can
afterward.
submit
I know who you
afterwards.
are.
Thank you.
Okay, so some of you know that I was on the last board that Rose Filicetti was on. It was Rose and Carol Fisher and Fran Kress and Gloria Higgins and me. And it was an educational experience to learn from Rose about, you know, how to be a school board member. But I know that you're talking about her as a school board member. The main thing I want to talk about tonight is something that I think a lot of you don't know. I think Devin probably does, is that she was the executive director of the Santa Clara County School Boards Association. And it was always just way cool that, you know, our school district, you know, got that kind of I think, prestige from Rose's presence. And, everybody knows, her as a school board member, but I'll tell you what a pro she was as the executive director. And we were sad when she left that position because it was very hard to fill it again. But she was, just excellent in there. And the last thing I want to say, and I know you all know this, is how much she took her work to heart. So I'm glad that you're doing this recognition, and I'm glad that, some members of her family are here. And now I'm going to fill out my card.
Thank you. Yeah, just similar to my colleagues, I did not work with Ms. Filicetti, but in reading the resolution, hearing from people speak and learning more, I find her legacy of service inspiring and something that we all, I think, here will strive to live up to. So thank you for coming. Do I have a motion for the resolution?
I make a motion to approve resolution number 01-121825, honoring the service and legacy of Rose Filicetti as presented.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Motion by trustee Conley, seconded by trustee Lambert. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now I'll suggest we do a choral reading of the resolution. I'll start with trustee Lambert.
Whereas the Mountain View Wisman School District is deeply saddened by the passing of former trustee Rose Filicetti, whose decades of service leave an enduring legacy in our community, and
Whereas Ms. Filicetti served on the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees from 1994 to 2004, guiding the district through a pivotal era that included the historic merger of the Mountain View and Wisman school boards, and supporting the successful passage of both a district bond and a parcel tax to strengthen educational programs and facilities for students, and
Whereas during her tenure, Ms. Filicetti consistently demonstrated commitment, integrity, and an unwavering belief in the power of public education to transform lives, and
Whereas in 2007, Ms. Filicetti became the executive director of the Mountain View Educational Foundation, MVEF, where she proudly served as the organization's first paid staff member, helping to establish a strong foundation for a growing volunteer-led organization dedicated to enriching the educational experience of all MVWSD students. And
Whereas, in addition to her service in MVWSD, Ms. Filicetti devoted her career and retirement years to supporting students, families, and community organizations across the region. And
whereas Ms. Filicetti also served for 18 years as the executive director of the Santa Clara County School Boards Association, where she offered board development services, communication support, and activities that promoted education for the 32 elementary, high school, and unified school district boards, and where she worked tirelessly on behalf of education advocacy, professional governance, and policy development to build an effective foundation for the education of all children in our diverse communities. And
whereas Ms. Filicetti further expanded her leadership in public education as the past president and former trustee Area 4 of the Santa Cruz County Office of Education, serving K-12 schools in Capitola, Live Oak, Sokol, and the Santa Cruz Mountains, and as a member of the Board of Directors for the California County Boards of Education, representing Santa Cruz, San Benito, Monterey, and San Luis Obispo counties, and
whereas she also served as a delegate assembly member for the California School Boards Association, representing county offices of education for the Central Coast, and
whereas Ms. Filicetti went on to be a founding member of Digital Nest, an organization committed to providing equitable access to technology, mentorship, and career pathways for young people aged 12 to 24 in underserved communities. And
whereas, she founded and served as the executive director of Nonprofit Connection Santa Cruz County, where she worked to strengthen collaboration and relationships among local nonprofits, networks, and community organizations demonstrating her belief in collective impact and shared purpose. And
Whereas Ms. Filicetti also contributed her expertise and deep understanding of community needs as a senior field representative for State Senator S. Joseph Smidian and for the Office of Assembly Pro Tem Sally Lieber, continuing her lifelong commitment to public service and advocacy. And
Whereas throughout her life, Ms. Filicetti dedicated herself to strengthening public education, advancing equity, and uplifting the communities she loved. And she always spoke with warmth and pride about her years in the Mountain View Isman School District.
Be it further resolved that the board extends its deepest condolences to Ms. Felicetti's family, friends, and loved ones, and expresses profound gratitude for her lasting contributions to the children and families of Mountain View, Santa Cruz, and Santa Clara counties and beyond. And
Be it further resolved that the board plans to honor Ms. Felicetti's legacy with an annual award named the Rose Filicetti Community Partner Award, bestowed on a community partner organization that collaborates with MVWSD to support the needs of students and families in Mountain View. And
be it finally resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Isman School District hereby honors the extraordinary life and service of Rose Filicetti, and that this resolution be entered into the official minutes of the Board of Trustees as a testament to Rose Felicetti's exceptional leadership, compassion, and lifelong dedication to public education and community service. I think we have a copy of the resolution to present to the family. Should we take a recess or a brief recess for us to present this? Okay.
excuse me, there's one more speaker in the audience who would like to speak on this.
Yes. Yeah, we will suspend the rules.
I make a motion to suspend.
Approved unanimously.
Here to talk about my friend Rose. I met Rose in 2002 at a site council meeting for MVWSD. And at the time, we were going through budget crises that you could possibly imagine. This was the dot-com bust. And it was a choice. We'd come every week and we're going to get rid of special ed teachers, or we're going to get rid of English language teachers, or we're going to get rid of, and Jeff, you were probably around in 2002. And you can appreciate the horror that these meetings were. And Rose was on these meetings, and after one of the meetings, the first one, I said to Rose, I said, I think I'm doing a bad job, Rose, because it seems like whatever I advocate for, I alienate everybody, and I push the thing the wrong way. And Rose said to me, hey, if you have nothing nice to say, come sit by me. And then from then on, we were friends, and we were friends up until we had basketball tickets that we go to Santa Cruz and we sit next to each other. So the next memory I have of Rose was in, we did Measure E. And the district needed money very, very badly for Measure E. We were pretty much out of cash, and we tried to get Measure E passed. And this is probably 2004, 2003 timeframe, whereby we worked very hard. And the people that were on that committee include Ellen Wheeler, it was Judy Levy, it was Fiona Walter. And these were people that went on. Rose was the leader. Rose was the person that really drove the committee and really tried to make it pass. And we thought we had it done. And then the day before the election, all the landlords in Mountain View got together and slipped papers underneath every tenant's door. If this passes, your rent's going up. And we lost by 0.2 percentage points. We got 66.4. And we needed 66.6. And it was just a heartbreak, because we'd worked so hard and we didn't get what we wanted. But Rose kept us together. And we went back with Measure J 2 years later, and Laura Blakely came on board. And we had a couple other people that went on to have careers in the district, and they came on board. And Rose was the impetus, because Rose was a force of nature. She didn't say no. She didn't give up. She would just keep going, and she'd just get it done. And they did some things that maybe we shouldn't have done, like we only charged the landlords for one plot of land, even if they had 300 apartments, but we needed the money. We had to do what we had to do to get the money to get it done. And it passed like with 76 or 77% of the vote, and it was okay. But once again, it was Rose getting it done and Rose being the force, and it was Rose's desire. So I can remember going over about 10 years ago. I don't know when your mom went to Santa Cruz, it was about 10 years ago, give or take. And I went over there and I had lunch with her. She goes, "Yeah, I'm going to retire." Well, that lasted about 5 minutes because she didn't really retire very long because people would come over with her with a project and she'd pick it up. And then she'd have another project. And then she was working with the community college. And then she was doing all these other things. And up until this year, she just can't. And one thing you're going to hear about Rose was she was a force of nature because if the front door didn't work, let's try the back door. Well, let's try the windows. Maybe if we kick in the basement door and come up through the basement, that'll work. But Rose did not take no for an answer. And she just got things done. And that's what we all loved about her. And that's why we're all going to miss her. And I'm really appreciative of the board for recognizing her work because she was really important to the district through 3 decades. And it was sad to see her go. But one thing that they did at the ceremony back in 2 weeks ago was they said, you know, Rose, you lived a good life. And I hope that we all can feel that way because she really did. But thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We have one more speaker.
Hi, I'm Claudia Hevel, and I am a friend of Rose's, and I appreciate very much that you're having this recognition of her. And I wanted to say a few words about my feelings about her and my friendship with her. So thank you. I met Rose in 1995, volunteering together on a high school bond campaign. We soon realized that our 5-year-old daughters would be starting kindergarten that fall at Bub School, and we agreed it would be nice if they became friends. So to our delight, they became fast friends for life. And so did we. And she was the most intelligent, caring, fun friend you could ever have. She loved her family fiercely, and they were the most important thing in the world to her. Rose was the queen of connection. I know you've already heard some of this, but she excelled at connecting people, connecting resources to needs, and educating the community. She arranged for screenings and gathered audiences to see Jennifer Siebel Newsom's Misrepresented, which it's a film that exposes sexism in the media and its negative influences on women and girls, and also to see Jose Antonio Vargas's film Undocumented, which chronicles his life as an undocumented immigrant. As you know, Jose grew up in Mountain View, attending public schools here, and now there's a school named after him. And Rose was one of his staunchest supporters. Rose was a visionary. Rose analyzed needs and envisioned solutions. She was, obviously, she was a trustee for the Mountain View School District and helped accomplish the merger with the Wistman School District. She led the Santa Clara School Boards Association and the Education Foundation and graduated from Leadership Mountain View, and she was instrumental in all the accomplishments of those organizations. After her youngest child had finished Mountain View High, she and Neil moved to Capitola, where she served. Yes, she couldn't take no for an answer, and she couldn't retire. She served on the Santa Cruz County School Board. She recognized the need for local nonprofits to have a group for networking, training, and resource sharing. So she founded the Nonprofit Connection in Santa Cruz to meet that need. And when she met Jacob Martinez and heard about his dream to start an organization to provide underserved Latinx and all underserved youth in California with the skills to build successful careers, she was immediately all in, joining the board, fundraising, and serving as treasurer, helping to launch the nonprofit Digital Nest, which is still going strong. We can all honor her by emulating her and supporting each other and working to improve our communities the way that she did. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have a recess and present the resolution. All right, 5 minutes. Okay, 5-minute recess. We're returning from recess at 7:59. Next item on the agenda is item B, budget reduction update. Superintendent Bear presenting the staff report.
Yes, I just wanted to catch the board up with where we are as we move into the new year. So, you know, we're tied to our strategic plan with this, and go ahead and advance. I think what I want to say leading into this is an important time for the school district, wanting to make sure that we're managing the budget properly and allocating resources properly, especially as we hit this this moment in time where we know that revenues are decreasing significantly. We are still planning in the planning process here, and executing on the board's direction from the last meeting, but not lost on us. I think importantly, overarching in all of this is that we know that about 83% of our budget is people, right? So that people are involved in these discussions, and I think that's one of the very important things to highlight and recognize and always keep in mind as we have discussions about the budget. So this is just a recap of where we have talked about the budget information, the budget situation over the past board meeting, starting back in September. Go ahead, Shelley. I know there's been some question that I have certainly answered in talking to the community members about. You know, we've seen this before, we've heard this before. What's different now? And I would point out that this is, having worked in basic aid districts for 15 years as a superintendent, 14 years as superintendent. This is what's different. Is that the assessed valuation we've seen a sharp decline, and these are some quotes from Greg Monteverde, the interim assessor in Santa Clara County, reminding you that we are hitting the lowest growth marks in a decade. And this is largely driven by the assessed valuation of commercial real estate, our impact. Continue. You've seen this before. This is out of the annual report from the Santa Clara County Assessor's Office, really highlighting that Mountain View was coming in with the lowest assessment growth by far in Santa Clara County at 0.51%. Although that does include the shoreline, special area and shoreline, drives a lot of that. We, in this Mountain View Gisman attendance area, also had very low assessed valuation growth. Continue. This slide you've seen before as well. This is just to highlight that we're not alone in this. Some of our neighboring districts, Los Altos and MVLA there on the far right, the blue being the current secure AV report from the county assessor, but what MVLA and Los Altos are projecting for their assumptions in the 2 out years are also in decline, as well as Santa Clara Unified School District. Okay, go ahead. So as we look ahead, important to note, we have had many conversations with County Assessor's Office, really trying to understand this and gain clarity and make sure that we're making accurate predictions or forecasts. And the County Assessor has shared that we should anticipate 2 or 3 more years of the same or less AV growth than we experienced this year. You know that the current year is 2.34. This year we have relied on our reserves to weather that storm and plan for appropriate reductions without ending up in a financial crisis. But it is important that this year we do make decisions so that we avoid that crisis, and we're able to continue delivering on strong education for the students in our community. It's what they expect, it's what they should expect, and it's what we need to deliver on. So where we are now, At the last meeting on November 20, we were directed by you to identify 9 million or more in potential reductions for next year, and we are in process with that. Go ahead. Part of what we know we need to do is look at the district office, staffing at the district office, make sure that we are addressing reductions there as well. So we are finalizing those positions from the district office or bringing forth a recommendation in January. That's going to equate to more than 18 full-time equivalents. It's people. Will total more than just over $4 million. We expect that includes administrators, certificated staff, and classified staff. And as I said a moment ago, we'll bring that forward in January with the particulars of that. But those conversations have been had with staff at the district office, letting them know that which positions will be brought forward for reduction, so the individual people know. When we're going through this, we always work to separate evaluating the position from the person in what's being reduced, but ultimately we also know that it will affect a person. So we've had those conversations. Okay, continue. We've been out to school sites, talking to staff about what the situation is with our budget and making sure that they are aware of what is happening. Those meetings happened in October, bringing forward the information that we had been sharing at the board meetings about what the forecast looks like in the out years, right, and why it's occurring. We are focused on our top priority being as much as possible keeping reductions away from students in the classroom. Trying to do that as much as we possibly can, while also recognizing that the $9 million+ is a large dollar amount. So that's not going to happen completely, but we're working to achieve that as much as we possibly can. You're aware that we are engaged with Orenda Education to have a look at our program, really looking at what is most effective that we're doing and what isn't hitting the mark in terms of what we're doing. They have visited all the school sites and the district office. Parents have been surveyed, staff members have been surveyed, focus groups have occurred with staff members, and they have been collecting a great deal of data as they have had conversations with staff in our schools. And by the way, Orenda said our people are fantastic. They were accommodating, willing to have conversations about what's happening at our school sites and our students. But as they have those conversations, and they have collected a lot of data in advance, but the conversations, as I would expect, lead to the want for more data. So they have been continuing to ask for additional data to dig into the performance of our students here in the district and how they can help us out. We will present those findings in early January. I anticipate that'll be January 7. We'll talk about that at future board meeting dates, but I'm anticipating January 7 for that presentation, a single special board meeting dedicated and focused on just that. I think it's also a good time here to point out that we have two things running in concurrence that are related, but they don't exactly overlap 100%, right? We know the financial situation and that it needs to be addressed, and the board directive from November to identify $9+ million. Running concurrent to that, obviously, is this analysis by Orenda. And though that isn't, they are not going to come back and suggest specific cuts. They are going to shine a light on what's working and where we might need to refocus, and we can use that information and calibrate what we are, the recommendations that we're making. Okay. Surveys we sent out to parents as well in my message to the community. And we continue to gather feedback and take feedback, meeting with community members, answering questions, and gathering ideas on what else we might consider for reduction. So these are, I'm not going to read them to you, but these are some trends that are coming out from parents and staff around themes of district office and administrative cuts, consultants and external contracts. Technology was also an area that gathered a bit of traction, as well as protecting program, the classroom, and student-facing staff. One of the things we looked at, and we've sent out a survey to our grade 1 through 5 teachers, is that we can realize some savings from our teachers assuming a responsibility for either science instruction or physical education instruction. We will, of course, maintain the intact contractual release time that is required according to our collective bargaining agreement. But that question is out there to our staff, and we're gathering those results, and we can share them with you as we assemble them. I don't think we have them in an assembled fashion yet. All right, and then next steps. We anticipate, I told you, we'd like to bring the Arenda report on the 7th of January, that's Wednesday. We will then bring recommendations to the board on January 15 for discussion purposes. We'll incorporate all that input from our staff, from the principals, from our community, our teachers, and working in the Arenda recommendations as well, their findings. And then on January 29, if there's any refinements, we'll bring those, but we will bring those recommendations to the board for action, for consideration of action, because we do need it to impact the 26-27 budget, and in order to do that, we need lead time ahead of March 15th. Anything, is that it, Shelley? Okay, that's it. Just want to catch you up with where we are.
Thank you for the report. Are there any clarifying questions from the board for staff? Trustee Lambert?
Yes, what do you, what are you looking, I guess, to happen at the first meeting in January when the presentation is? Is this going to be for us to ask questions and the public as well?
Certainly,
Yeah.
yes. It'll be a report out of, and it should be it will be a robust report out from Arenda, really looking at all facets of our program. And then there will absolutely be time for you to answer questions and for the public to comment as well. There won't be any action taken at that meeting, but it will be the presentation of the information, and then we will take that away to inform the work we're doing. And longer term, I think it's going to give us some pretty direct guidance on how we can, what types of moves we can make to improve what we're doing for the students in our classrooms.
Thank you.
Vice President Henry?
I know we got a community question about that somebody who didn't remember receiving the survey. So I was just wondering, when did the parent survey go out, and was it within a larger email or was it standalone? And then I guess separately, like, who got it? Because I know as an 8th grade parent, I don't remember seeing it either. But
November 21st, the day after the board meeting. And it was within my message that comes out after every board meeting.
day after board meeting explains why I didn't see it.
No further questions? Trustee Conley?
Yes, thank you. I noticed the discussion of PE and STEAM. Both of those scenarios would actually involve a change to the RTI program as well. So is it fair to assume that there's going to be an evaluation of RTI, of our literacy interventions, of some of these other programs in the Orenda report, because I don't want to discuss those positions and leave out that that actually means eliminating RTI.
That will absolutely be a part of the Orenda presentation.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions from trustees. Now open public comment on the item. If any members of the public in person wish to address the board regarding this item, please turn in a speaker card. If you're online, please use the raise hand function. I'll wait to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. See one person in person and no one online. So we'll allocate 3 minutes. We have Lillian Good.
Hello. And I know that you all heard from me at the last meeting about my concerns that we are talking about making budget cuts based upon flawed future financial projections. But they're flawed such that for every year since 2021, we've predicted large deficits, which cumulatively add up to $13.6 million of projected deficits over 4 years. But instead, there was a $34 million surplus that accumulated in that same time. That is a $47 million discrepancy in 4 years. So ongoing, when we're making budget decisions, instead of flawed projections, we need to use actual data points to make valid recommendations. The years of surplus that we've had have more than doubled our reserve balance compared to what it was in 2020. So we have quite a good, healthy reserve at this time. And the purpose of the reserves is multiple, but one of them is to buffer uncertain financial times, which no doubt it is possible that we might be facing. But given the repeated inability to accurately predict the future financial status of the district, the most reasonable option at this point in time is to pause on deciding to cut any programs that directly or indirectly improve our students' education, and instead to wait to see to what degree, if any, the deficit is actually realized in June. So as a board, you can direct the district to pause on this degree of budget cuts. We can wait to get a more clear picture of what will truly be, and we can dip into the very healthy reserves if we need to for the 2026-27 school year without being in a catastrophic position. And I would say, I don't believe that we have weathered the storm yet, because we haven't dipped into our reserves. We haven't actually realized a deficit. We are projecting that we will need to weather the storm, but we have not had to yet. So by all means, we can do the work now to think about about how we can minimize unnecessary spending, but we should not cut any programs that improve the education for our students in our district until we actually prove that we have to.
Thank you. Now I will come back to trustees for discussion.
I look forward to seeing the Orenda report.
All right, no further discussion. Then we'll come in the new year, we'll see the report and have more decisions to make. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is our item C, resolution in support of recognizing special education awareness. Superintendent Bear.
Yes, so December 2nd marked the anniversary of the first federal special education law in the United States, making a day to celebrate progress and recognize ongoing needs. And we want to honor that hard work and commitment of our special education staff members, and also acknowledge the beauty and strength of our neurodiverse students and students with disabilities and what they bring to our community. So we'd like to go ahead and honor them with this resolution.
Thank you, Superintendent Bear. Any clarifying questions from the board? Seeing none, now I'll open for public comment on this item. If any member of the public in person wishes to address the board regarding this item, turn in a speaker card. If you're online, please use the raise hand function. I'll wait to see how many speakers we have. Seeing none. All right. Move on to discussion among trustees. We're driving a motion for the resolution. Trustee Conley, or
I
trustee-
move that we approve resolution number 03121825 in support of recognizing special education awareness.
have a second?
I'll second, but I would also like to comment that I'm very glad that we're bringing this resolution tonight and that we will be quarterly reading the resolution, I assume. There's so much about the diversity of our community that is important, that is vital to who we are as humans. And I think sometimes some members of our community can feel unseen, or their families can feel unseen, or employees can feel unseen. And so although this is a resolution, it's not an actual action. I think having this regular calling out of how important all of the members of our community are, including our individuals with disabilities or different abilities, is just, it's a key function of who we should be as a board and what we want our community to be in the future as well.
Thank you. We'll take a vote on the motion and then we'll follow with, if approved, a choral reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We will start the choral reading with Trustee Conley.
Whereas the Mountain View Wisman School District during the 2025-26 school year served approximately 600 students formally identified with disabilities or requiring accommodations, along with others who may identify as having a disability without an individualized education program or IEP or Section 504 plan, and
Whereas disability is part of being human, and almost everyone will temporarily or permanently experience disability at some point in their lives. And
Whereas we value what is important to individuals with disabilities and their families who are striving for their best lives, to have uncompromised health and safety and opportunities for friendship, recreation, and lifelong learning. And
Whereas MVWSD is proud of the full spectrum of its diversity, encompassing differences in race, culture, language, ethnicity, national origin, religion, gender identity, age, sexual orientation, disability, socioeconomic status, political or academic interests, and many other dimensions. And
Whereas Mountain View Wisman School District recognizes that ableism is a core barrier to equity and inclusion, and that all members of the Mountain View Wisman School District community have a role to play in creating an inclusive society. And
whereas MVWSD embraces intersectionality as a dynamic within the disability community, whereby identities are imported by simultaneous experiences, which include marginalization and oppression across various domains. And
whereas MVWSD recognizes that our students with disabilities are general education students, and that every educational, operational, and budget decision we make begins with the belief that students with disabilities have a right to and have the ability to learn alongside their non-disabled peers and must be provided equitable and meaningful opportunities to learn and grow. And
whereas MVWSD believes that everyone should learn about disability as a fundamental facet of human diversity. Disability has its own histories and cultures which deserve to be studied in their own right, and therefore should be integrated into the general education curriculum. And
whereas there are a variety of celebrations and nationally recognized disability awareness campaigns throughout the year, December holds particular significance as December 2nd is nationally recognized as Special Education Day. And
whereas special education teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, specialists, and support staff work tirelessly to ensure students with disabilities receive appropriate accommodations to achieve their full potential. And
therefore be it resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees pause to acknowledge special education awareness and encourage educators, students, and families to learn about the many contributions individuals with disabilities have made throughout U.S. history, and
Therefore, be it further resolved that MVWSD will encourage conversations, presentations, and projects relating to and enhancing the experiences of individuals with disabilities, disrupting ableism, and promoting inclusion and belonging in December and throughout the year, and
Therefore, be it further resolved that MVWSD will promote resources to support instruction on the complexity of disability, disability history, the experiences of individuals with disabilities, and the disability rights movement, both locally and nationally, to increase inclusion and belonging both in school and in our community. And
Therefore, be it further resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 03-121825 to encourage the acknowledgement of special education awareness in the schools of the district with culturally responsive activities, and to acknowledge the significance of this month as an important opportunity for all people to learn from and understand the experiences of others that have shaped our communities. With that, our next item, item D, resolution 02-121825, change of date of school holiday. Superintendent Bear.
Yeah, so this comes to the board each year. It's in alignment with Ed Code 37299, which allows the board to move certain holidays. And this resolution will allow us to move Lincoln's birthday. We'll move it from February 16 to February, from February 12 to February 16. It'll align with Washington's birthday and also aligns with our February break week. Additionally, it aligns with MVLA to make life a bit easier for our families. So this resolution will allow us to officially move that.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions from the board? No? Time for public comment. Members of the public in person who wish to speak on this, turn in a speaker card. If you're online, now's the time to use raise hand. I'll wait to see how many speakers we have. Seeing none, now I'll come back to trustees for discussion.
I'm happy to make a motion that the board approve resolution number 02-121825, the change of date of school holiday as presented. And I would suggest we do not do a choral reading.
Second the motion.
Second by trustee Lambert. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously by trustee Conley, seconded by trustee Lambert. Now we will move on to our calendar, item E, calendar adoption for 2026-27 school year. Trustee Bear or Superintendent Bear?
Yes, so bringing forward to you the 26-27, 2026-27 district calendar for your consideration. It's brought to you as an action item. This is coming from a meeting with our calendar committee, which meets to talk about and plan for the calendar each year. I'll report to you that this calendar aligns very closely with Mount View Los Altos High School District. There are a few exceptions I'm sure you saw, but one is MVLA's school year starts on Monday, August 10, whereas we propose we start Wednesday, August 12, which is fairly typical. They have had historically a Monday start, and we have a Wednesday start. But otherwise, there's alignment with. Most importantly are those the holiday breaks for families.
Thank you. Do we have any clarifying questions from trustees? Seeing none. Now I'll open public comment. If any members of the public want to speak in person, turn in a speaker card. And if anyone is online that wishes to speak on this item, now is the time to use the raise hand function. I'll wait. Seeing none of the public wants to speak on this item, come back to the trustees for discussion and action. Do I have a motion? Trustee Lambert.
Sure. I move that the board adopt the calendar for 2026-2027 school year as presented.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously from trustee Lambert, seconded by trustee Conley. Next item is item F, debrief of CSBA Annual Education Conference. This is our responsibility. Do we have any recommendations for how to set the stage for this, or shall we just go around and discuss kind of what we did during the conference and how we went? Anyone want to go first, or I'll pick someone?
Sure, I'll
Trustee
start.
Lambert.
I was going to be a little more prepared than I am, but you're right. I attended a few sessions. I think one was sort of interesting was funding of the special education programs and how all districts are seeing increases cost of these programs and but thoroughly accepting the responsibilities to fully educate these children and provide the best services they possibly could. I think one comment that I was sort of surprised at that made me think about it, listening at the very beginning to the political candidates, the gubernatorial candidates, and what they were saying. They talked a lot about education and how they support it, of course, and things like this. But one of the candidates said that the business of government is education. And that sort of made me think. I mean, California is a different state in that school districts are funded separately from city governments. I lived in New Jersey for a while, and funding came in for both organizations, and it was worked on together. Structurally, right, California is different. We run our school district different than the city government. Yet, from a state perspective, the state is very, very active in our education system. We pay taxes, goes to the state, it gets redistributed equitably, some formula to the school districts. And, I thought that was a very important perspective to think about, and not only statewide, but I think locally as well, that governments that is our job in the United States to educate our children. And so I sort of just thinking about that as I found, sort of very productive.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Conley?
We're just going to go down the line.
Yeah.
So I started out regarding the annual education conference. I arrived on Saturday evening for the California School Boards Association's Board of Directors meeting on Sunday. And then we had our delegate assembly, which is representatives from all of the different regions within the California School Boards Association elect delegates to the delegate assembly. So we ourselves as a board will be voting later on in January or February on the delegates for this region. There are 4 up this year. And then by Wednesday, unfortunately, I had picked up a virus, which is unfortunate. And so I was not able to attend the rest of the conference. That being said, a lot of the sessions that are done at the conference are things that are presented at the Board of Directors meeting as well as the delegate assembly meetings. And so if you all don't mind, I'm happy to send the state and federal legislative reports, as well as the update on the Education Legal Alliance, which is CSBA's. We have our own legal unit that steps into or takes on cases across the state that impact school districts and are aligned with the policy pillars and the mission of CSBA. So I'd like to send you all of those reports. The legislative one is kind of an update. There were 4 bills that CSBA sponsored this year. AB 1021, which was about educational workforce housing. It makes educational workforce housing exempt from CEQA. Did pass and it was signed by the governor on October 10th. AB 1224, which was about 60-day substitutes, trying to extend. We have run into this in our own district that substitutes are actually only allowed to work for 30 days in one position. And during COVID, there was an extension to 60 days, which helped in long-term sub situations. The governor vetoed this bill. Unfortunately, it was passed, but then it was vetoed by the governor. AB 1390, which is about school board member compensation, was passed. The compensation stipends that school districts make available to their school board members was last updated 40 years ago. And this allows school boards to update the compensation that's provided. However, we may need our team to look into this. You have only a certain amount of time. I want to say it's like within the next calendar year to update it. And if we don't update it, then I think we lose the opportunity for a while.
Right, if you don't update it, then if you don't update the compensation, then there's a window
Yeah.
that it, I'll just say, can be significantly updated. And if it's not, then it reverts to the existing rules, which is a percentage over
I
time.
think it can increase like 2% a year or something normally. So it's something our board should discuss, but I also know this is a challenging budget time, so it's a hard time to have that conversation. I don't know. I leave that to the discretion of the board president and vice president to determine when it comes on an agenda. But we do need to keep in mind that if we want to take any action on it, we're going to have to do it within this year. And then the only other bill I'll mention that CSBA also sponsored was SB 374. It was a report on reports implementation. So previously CSBA had sponsored a bill to actually ask the state to aggregate all of the different reporting mechanisms that school districts are having to file paperwork on. And we saw like the stack of reports. Miss Bauer, I see nodding her head, and Dr. Westover. You all are deeply involved in all of those reports. So many things are not necessarily part of our LCAP, but get pulled into all kinds of differentiated funding that's not consistent and frequently changes. And so this was a step forward. The state is supposed to evaluate all of those reports. They haven't really done so yet. And so this is still trying to continue that forward. I'm not going to speak too much on the other stuff. I'll send it in the written reports that I submit to you. But I think the other big thing that I hope was a takeaway from you all from AEC as well is there is a significant emphasis this year by CSBA on basically demanding that the state take more action on closing the achievement gap. When we look at our own district, we've seen a consistent achievement gap. We were closing it incrementally before COVID. COVID kind of blew it wide open and we really haven't recovered, but that's not a story unique to our school district. This gap is consistent across so many school districts in the state. And from the California School Boards Association's viewpoint, there needs to be a better state system for supporting school districts in closing that gap, whether it has to do with funding, whether it has to do with differentiated assistance and how that process works, whether it has to do with how all of these different bills end up creating different initiatives that pull school districts away from their primary mission. It's a real call to action. It's not a very popular call to action with state legislators. So I think it's going to be an uphill battle for CSBA. I think it's going to take multiple years of this work, but we haven't really had this conversation as a state since LCFF, and it's time because whatever we're doing, it's not working, and it's not working anywhere. There might be a few shining lighthouses, but across the board, this gap is persistent, and it's harmful to the future of our community.
Thank you. We'll go down the line.
Let's see. I started with a session on CTE programs and launching student careers and really taking a look at backwards mapping from looking at the labor market and figuring out from there what coursework, CTE coursework needed to be put forth in available in local high schools, and then how local middle schools can support that. And then even at the elementary level, what kind of opportunities elementary students should be having to kind of guide their thinking of what the labor market could look like as they move through on with their education. Um, so the backwards mapping was really something that piqued my interest in seeing what jobs are are highly available, and how do we guide kids to get to those positions. Then I went on to attend a session on systematizing sustainability. And something that stood out there for me was the concept of we hear a lot with the term teacher burnout. And something that was discussed there was it's not necessarily burnout more than it is depletion. It's really depleting the workforce and how to create workplace environments that draw people in. Um, and then something that was being tracked by the people who were presenting was what are the factors that really impact student achievement? And through their research, they found that the number one factor was teaching staff and the capacity of teaching staff. And then the second factor was principals, the availability and the effectiveness of principals and their leadership and the environment that they're able to create for the teaching staff. Those are the two factors that really impact student achievement the most. Um, and then really talking about the labor aspect of people and employees feeling like they're being heard and seen, thinking of wellness as a system, trust, growth mindset, workflow, all kind of work together to create this type of environment within schools. And then I went to equitable and supportive discipline and talking about how even a single suspension increases retention and dropout and disengagement and adds to stress and trauma. And really thinking about when you are excluding a child from coming to campus, it could be the safest space for them. Um, and really thinking about how that impacts them long term. And it becomes a cyclical issue. And really thinking about disaggregating data when you're looking at it by gender, race, ability, economic status, and also the number of times, something that has always concerned me with how the dashboard is presented. If you look at the state dashboard, is when you see suspensions, it's by student and not by the amount of times that student has been suspended. So if you see that number 24, it's 24 students were suspended, not 24 suspensions happened. So a student could have been suspended 5 times, and that's not represented in that data. So figuring out ways when we're having those discussions around discipline to disaggregate that data, but also to think about restorative practices versus punitive, and how mental and emotional health of students affects their capacity to learn. And then there was also several key strategies that were presented in that session. Then I went on to another session on supporting ongoing achievement for reclassified fluent English proficient students. Thinking about in the years after they're reclassified, how are we continuing to support these students on their journey and how multilingualism for all is a good thing and how we want to get more people there. Then it was opportunities beyond high school. And there were 2 students that were presenting who found their focus in high school and decided to move into careers from what they learned in high school, and pretty successful careers. And both of them had wished that they had had more opportunities for career exploration in the middle school level, so that by the time they hit high school, they would have been more focused with their career choices versus using high school time for career exploration. One of them was a 20-year-old who graduated in 2023, who was making $74 an hour, and with his union is set to retire at 55. And his opportunities were presented through a CTE program at his high school. The other former student who was there was an went to floral design, and that was something that was offered at high school level, and then ended up finding at Cal Poly Botany, and continued on and now owns her own floral business. And again, fairly recent graduate, set up with a career based on opportunities presented in high school. And then moving on to teaching staff, going on to teacher health and mental wellness. Again, talking about giving teachers more autonomy and figuring out what to teach. If you have set amount of standards and there's too many standards to cover, getting them into teams and having them decide a fewer amount of standards to allow students mastery of those few standards. And districts who have tried it have found that students are achieving better with smaller amounts because mastery is attained versus trying to touch on too many things. And empowering the teachers and giving them more leadership opportunities is increasing the morale of staff. So again, that staff wellness and building school and district climate.
Thank you. Vice President Henry.
Thank you. So I attended 2 sessions related to math adoption as our district launches into a long process of 2-year process of adopting a new math curriculum. One that was called Support for Building High Quality Mathematics Programs, where we heard from multiple county boards of education or county offices of education, along with some districts within their counties about their processes. And I really appreciated the theme of their approaches to their adoptions. They talked about how high quality materials are necessary but not sufficient for building a high quality program. So that was good background for me as I observe what you're doing with the committee. I also attended a session on the math framework and multilingual learner equity, which had a whole Google Drive worth of resources, which I'd be happy to share, and hearing from research related to that issue, and particularly some areas to focus on to make sure we're serving, to see how other districts have approached that question. I also attended a couple of sessions related to school finance, one called Advancing School Finance Skills for Board Members, which was a little bit of a dive into the board member's role with managing school finances and things like effectively communicating tough financial decisions and the process, and particularly some of the issues that a lot of the districts throughout the state are going to be dealing with because everybody's got some budget challenges coming up. I also attended a session called Strategic Furniture, Fixture, and Equipment based, or life cycle planning for K to 12 school districts. I found fascinating. Um, but I appreciated that they talked about that managing FF&E is about, it relates to creating a learning environment, not just buying furniture. So it's what you put in the classroom, what you buy for the school affects the learning of the kids, it affects teacher retention, it affects all of those other things that matter. And they talk about things like what you've talked about with our inventory management. And then I also attended the same session that Trustee Reed attended on board levers for students for school discipline concerns, evidence-based practices. And for me, in addition to the things that Trustee Reed mentioned, are just a couple of particular things that that session seemed important to me. The topic is very important to me, but I know it connects to some of the work that our administrators are already doing to move towards restorative justice practices. It connects to a couple of the policies that are coming up for review for a policy committee. So that was something that was interesting to me and important to be part of.
Thank you. Yeah, and so for me, I think Vice President Henry and I both attended the board president's workshop did this at the start, a day early than the rest of the sessions. Thought it was very useful in preparing for this, but you know, there is some amount of until you're in this seat, you don't quite know. But it covered basically how to build a governance team, how to work together with folks, how to organize a meeting and keep it moving. So I'll try to do that. I also attended the support for building high quality mathematics program. I'm super passionate about math. I went to school for computer science, and so I love pulling math problems and thinking about that stuff. So I'm very excited for this as one of the core messages that I got out of it was the curriculum adoption is a great opportunity to reorient your program around new results because you're changing the curriculum itself, you're changing the materials, but then you also need to work with teachers to be able to adapt to the new stuff and make sure they're trained and can engage it well. And all of those things need to go hand in hand. So I'm super excited about this opportunity because it comes along once a decade when we update this stuff. Then I also did advancing school finance. So I took many of the same messages around. It's very easy to start new programs. It's a lot harder to turn them down a lot of the time. So keeping us focused on our vision and the program outcomes that we want, giving staff priorities and letting them execute and then hold accountable for results. And then one of the primary reasons they mentioned that districts end up facing insolvency is they refuse to make some tough decisions earlier because the longer you delay them, the harder it is and the deeper you have to dig. So I know we have difficult choices to make ahead, and these all affect real people. We will have to, if we delay lots of those, the message was we have to make much more drastic changes, and I think none of us want to do that. We want to weather this as best we can. Then I attended the board's role in implementing the English Learner Roadmap. So this is, I think, policy adopted by the state in 2017, but is finally getting funded. And by November 2026, they are due to present to the legislature a plan for it. So we will, but the main principles I think are still applicable for us as a district. Assets-oriented and need-responsive schools, like the intellectual quality of the instruction and meaningful access, system conditions that support effectiveness, and then alignment and articulation within and across schools. So a lot of this is thinking about English learners and multilingual learners are not a monolith. They have many different experiences, and they come from many different backgrounds from education, languages spoken. The thing they have in common is they're learning English, but that is not, we need to be focused on making sure we're serving the needs of those folks, no matter what their story is. And then the other two things that are notable that I went to was strategic plan input, how to do it, why it matters, and that was primarily the Napa Valley District. I think Vice President Henry is familiar with the story, but given that we will potentially be revamping our strategic plan along with that, they had a lot of good materials on how to do that in a deliberative process and make it across years, because you do need to have a vision for the long term to make sure that you're on track and kind of have smaller chunks that you are continually improving on and seeing where you're getting towards there. And then baking in ahead of that long plan, lots of discussions with stakeholders and parents in the community to get buy-in for having the plan reflect their priorities and their values and everything. So everyone is, not everyone's going to be perfectly happy, but they at least see the things that they care about reflected in that. And then as we execute on it and deliver, we'll be happy with it. And the final one was investing in people, how district partnerships foster employee growth and student success. This was around regional occupational centers specifically, which I think, in short, one of the interesting things there was for CTE courses, some districts are trying to bridge that for later middle school students because it allows them to try things out, see what they like, and also acquire the credits that they have so they can complete that training before they graduate high school. And so they're not kind of scrambling to do that. Yeah, that was a quick summary of my visit. Any other Trustee Reed?
Yes, I forgot to add that I also had separate meetings, one with current teachers who are school board members. There's quite a few, and the number is growing, which I like to see. We help support each other. I was at Sunnyvale's meeting last week, and then I was at Fremont Union High School District's meeting a few weeks ago, supporting because they also have teachers on their boards. And then I also met with a group from mostly Santa Clara County, but also some from just other places in California, board members who are women of color. So we're thinking of starting some kind of group surrounding that as well.
Thank you. Any Trustee Conley?
Well, the other piece that's on here is the coast to coast trip. And to kind of, I think I'm the only one on this board who's been before, but the way that that conference works is that trustees go and spend a significant amount of time, similar to AEC, getting trained in what's going on at the federal level that directly impacts school districts in California, and preparing for advocacy on Capitol Hill, and then go out in teams to meet with the senators and congresspeople from our area to advocate around things that they can specifically work on to better support California schools. I think one of the challenges that has come up about this trip in the past, just that I've heard, not necessarily in our district, but just in general, is that you can just see those people in your field office here, right? And what at least CSBA keeps coming back to is it really matters to show up where they work. And it matters to show up in mass, to have a strong representation of people from California. The California School Boards Association used to be part of the National School Boards Association, which advocated on behalf of all 50 states at the national level. And we had a member on their board, and the National School Board Association went through some issues a few years ago. We are no longer a part of it. So if we want to advocate at the federal level, we really have to do it as a state on our own, which is why CSBA started doing this advocacy trip. In March, we will also do a state level advocacy trip that in the past was, it's called Ledge Action Week, and I encourage you all to participate. But in the past, before COVID, was always in person at the state capitol. It's gone online since then, but we're looking at possibly moving back to an in-person, because when you have hundreds of other elected officials show up and sit in your hearings and in your meetings and come to your office, it really does make a difference. So CSBA, I think we can send up to 3 people from our board. The conference fee is about the same as the AE conference fee. Travel is obviously more expensive because it's flying cross country. We had savings. I didn't have a conference fee for AEC, but also I wasn't able to stay. So I ended up not having any cost for AAC, which gives us about $2,000 to work with. I would propose that we pay either for someone to go or for us to send to do the conference registration for 2 people, if they would be willing to self-fund or privately fund their travel, hotel room, but like all of the other expenses, that we just do the conference fee using that remainder in the allocated budget that we already allocated. But I also don't know, who wants to go, if people are able to do that, can they afford it? So I was hoping that the board could discuss how would we want to approach it. And then a third option is just to, you really need approval from your board to go, even if you entirely self-fund. So do we want to support anyone going at all, even if we don't make a financial support?
Anyone want to comment? Vice President, Trustee Reed.
There's only roughly 17 days-ish of instructional days in April, so that's a no-go for me. I cannot miss out and leave my classroom during that time.
Vice President Henry.
I'll say I'm personally not able to go that week because of my family calendar, but I do value advocacy of numbers. So I think that if someone on the board is interested and available, I'm supportive of sending someone. I think depending on that person and what their interest is and what their ability is to pay for travel or use miles or things, I don't have a specific opinion on exactly how that should be done. As long as I know there is a budget amount for kind of board trainings and things like that, which, as you alluded, some of it was not used for AEC for you.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see kind of just where we are coming back with on our existing budget and how much is remaining for travel and whatnot that we've allocated for conferences. I will probably potentially be unable to go for family obligations, but I think it is worthwhile if we have the cost figured out. Before we take any specific direction, we had our discussion. I'll probably open for public comment on this item. So if any members of the public wishing to speak in person on this, now's the time to fill out a card. If you are online and want to comment on this item, please raise your hand. I'll wait to see how many speakers we have. Seeing no one wishing to speak, then we'll close public comment. Any other specific direction?
I'll just note that we should make a decision. I would recommend before February 26th, that's when the fee goes up. So the early registration fee is $7.99, and then after the 26th, it goes up to $9.49, and after March 20th, it goes up to about $1,200.
All right, I think we can bring that back at a future meeting. Thank you.
Bring it back in January. Yep.
All right. Any further comments? Move on to our next item. Item G, Board Governance Handbook. No, I think Superintendent Bear.
We brought to the retreat in August draft of the Board Governance Handbook, and bringing it back fell off the radar for a short time, so apologies for that. We got some comments that we have incorporated into it, but I'm bringing it back for additional comments or consideration for approval.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions from trustees? Okay. I'll now open public comment on item G. Any members of the public in person and anyone online, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Seeing no one wishing to speak on this item, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. During the last, I don't know, several board meetings, there's agenda items that have come up that I have learned that school districts are basically required to have annual reports on. And examples are inventory lists and in this board meeting, a seniority list. And first of all, I think we should comply with those requirements. And I'm not aware of these requirements, so I'm counting on staff who's responsible to inform us of these requirements and make sure that they appear on our governance calendar so that we are reviewing them as we should, every year. Like a lot of these, it doesn't have to be quick, right? The seniority report, we didn't really talk about that. But it's there, right? And we can refer to it and the public can refer to it. And I think in both of these items, we have received as a board positive feedback and really thanks for including these. So I would ask you as a superintendent to basically make sure the responsible people on the staff sort of are aware of the annual reporting requirements and include those in the governance calendar.
A quick comment. We are, as a function of it's actually come up in the policy committee. So we're actually gathering that out of each of our policies, out of all of our policies and identifying those.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Conley.
Yeah, so, this is more kind of wordsmithing almost. On page 8, the protocol for responding to emails sent to one board member. It says when a board member receives an email with an issue or concern, the protocol is to notify the superintendent of concern while preserving the confidentiality of the constituent as appropriate. Unfortunately, or fortunately, our communications are public records. And that means our ability to preserve confidentiality of an email that we receive doesn't actually exist. So I don't want this to mislead the public. Now, if somebody writes us about a specific issue with their child and names their child, that information is private regardless because it's about student privacy. But many of the emails we receive might not include that level of detail and could be publicly disclosed through a public records request to a newspaper, to anyone in the public who submits that request. So my concern is that this would mislead community members about the privacy of those communications.
Evan, you tell me again what page you're on?
Page 8, it's the bottom paragraph.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Because the balance does tip more often than not to it not being confidential if it's sent via email. So Shelley, we'll look at the wording on that. Thank you.
Vice President Henry.
I think one thing that I think would be useful to add to this might be, I've seen it in, for example, the Napa Valley Unified Governance Handbook, something about kind of expectations of new trustee orientation, both kind of expectations of the current board of what they would do to help, or the superintendent, but also kind of expectations of things like attending new trustee orientation, expectations of that person. So I would be interested in potentially adding a section on that, which we have. 3 of us have had this experience very recently of being new trustees, could send you our thoughts. And we also have the experience of people who've been board president when they received new trustees, and what they think that could be. It doesn't have to be super detailed, I think, but just something in there about that.
Okay.
One thing that came to mind here when I was reading through this is it calls out the board retreat that we have regularly. One of the intents of which is to review the governance handbook. Might be interesting during that time to, I mean, we're all familiar with it now here, but maybe do some, as a group, comparative across other governance handbooks and kind of see what we'd like to pull from that as a team and kind of rather than separate. And similarly, I think we can probably do the new trustee handbook if we would like to do that during our board retreat, but I don't think that necessarily needs to be a part of the ongoing process, but that's a good time to refresh these, I think, on our schedule. Trustee Conley?
I also found that, so on page 10, the board president's role includes leading the board's advocacy efforts to build support within the local community and at the state and national levels. I haven't seen that called out like that before, and I'm both excited and nervous about it. And so I would like to understand better what that means or entails. And, you know, I'm very involved in advocating at the state level. Does that mean I can't do that if I'm not the board president? You know, like, what does this actually mean? And Superintendent Bear, I assume you've had experience with this in a board handbook before.
So these will vary by board, right? Whether it be led by whoever happens to be in the president seat each year, or if it's an expectation of all, right? So this can be whatever you want it to be.
Just my thoughts is, I would think advocacy applies to all of us, but maybe what this is getting at is that, you know, when someone speaks on behalf of the board to other organizations, it's really the president who should be making those statements. And we should enable the president to do that.
Yeah, and similarly, I think, right, like as a board, right, like if we are actively delegating, say, to a specific trustee to go to coast or something like that, that does not mean that we're shirking that duty on the president. It's more just this is the making sure that we are doing those things, I think, is how I interpreted this portion, ensuring that we're actually doing that. And similar to Trustee Lambert's comment about when speaking kind of in specific capacities about it for the board, it's kind of where it falls. But
I think my experience has been when the board president has advocated on behalf of the board, kind of across agencies or up levels, it's been like, for example, going to speak at city council meetings when an item regarding the school board is up. And if the president can't come, they would ask if another trustee would be able to fill in for them. And so I think it sounds like that fits here versus, you know, I hope all of you participate in Legislative Action Week, and then you will have the opportunity possibly to meet with Assemblymember Berman or our state senator, Josh Becker, and argue on behalf of our district and our county. And I think I think the power of all of our voices is very meaningful when it comes to advocating in that type of a situation. And so I don't want this to have a cooling effect on other people or make someone feel like as the president by themselves, they have to do all of the advocacy as well.
Trustee Lambert?
Yeah, I guess it's still on. I just was thinking through, you know, advocacy too is, even doesn't mean you have to identify yourself as a board member or say I'm speaking on behalf of the board. Quite honestly, just showing up and people know you're a board member in your personal capacity, right? Even is advocacy. Okay. So just for example, city council, member Ramos tonight showing up, right? She was here in her personal capacity, but we all know she's a city council member, and effective, she's advocating for the city council while she's here. So,
Yeah, and further, just in contrast, I think if you look at the previous item on there, right, like there's an expectation that the board president is representing the district. It's called out specifically, whereas leading our advocacy efforts, I interpret more broadly as this is a responsibility to make sure we are doing it and continuing to push for it. So.
And I would be remiss not to say thank you for being willing to be our designee. And I didn't get to thank you earlier, former President Lambert, for all of your work this past year. But it is not an easy job. It is not an easy job. And having to speak on behalf of the board is a large weight to carry.
Happy to carry that burden. President Henry?
Oh, one note that I think I probably should have caught when we went over this draft a while ago, but on page 4 in item number 1, at least this year, and I think this is consistent, it's actually 1 meeting in June, and actually then we have 2 meetings in April. So, and this says 2 in June, 2 regular meetings in June and 1 in April.
Okay.
Any further comments or being none? Is there an action? Is it an action to approve it with perhaps some of the feedback, or should we?
Why don't we bring it back again? I'm wondering too, on the one that Trustee Henry just highlighted, if it's important to call out which months have 2 and which have 1, right? Probably isn't. So let's work on that too.
Just a clarifying point, must this be approved at a regular meeting, or could we approve it at, say, the retreat? Let's discuss it. That's in January.
Right, it could be approved at any meeting.
Trustee Conley?
It's not really discussed in the handbook per se so much, but that January meeting usually includes a mid-year evaluation as well.
And we're going to be busy in January. I'm wondering if February might make more sense after we get through that, since February is a month that we only have 1 meeting, not only according to this, but in actuality.
Yeah, so presumably then we would have discussion during the retreat on the governance handbook and any final polish that we want to give it, and then come back in February to approve. Does that sound reasonable to folks?
Or Superintendent Barry, you suggesting that we have our retreat in February?
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Just because
misinterpreted.
January is going to be
Yes.
very full.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. Any further comments? No. Should we continue on, or should we? All right. Item H. This is naming the board representative for the county committee 2026 election.
Yes, so for some clarity on this, this is identifying a trustee from this board to cast the vote for the person who will ultimately have a seat on the county committee board. That's what this is. I just want to clarify that it's not appointing one of us or two for consideration on that body, but it's just someone who's going to be charged with the responsibility to cast the vote.
And
Clarifying question.
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's usually the board president.
Typically.
Right. That's a fair clarifying question. So I'll now open for public comment. Anyone, members of the public wishing to speak on this item, raise your hand online or fill in a speaker card in person. Seeing no one online, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and action.
I'd like to move that President DeFazio uh, be nominated the board representative for the county committee 2026 election.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously by trustee Lambert, seconded by trustee Conley. Our next item I, Stevens Creek Trail Erosion and Solar Partnership.
Good evening, trustees. We also have 3 members from the city of Mountain View here to answer questions if there's any specific questions you have on the projects that we're partnering on. So Lisa Au, David Brittany, and Raymond Wong are also here online with us. So they've stuck with us for our meeting. So this evening, I'll be giving an update on our Stevens Creek bank erosion and solar partnership with the city of Mountain View. So the Stevens Creek erosion project, last October, we came in front of you and brought information on a possible partnership between the city and MVWSD to address the erosion occurring on the Stevens Creek bank. Addressing the erosion is important because it'll protect our property and keep the area safe. We have a few pictures to show you, and then we'll go through the plans. Since then, the city has moved forward with the planning process, and today we'll update the board on the planning and the possible costs. So this is the project location. As a result of wet winters over the 22 and 23 and 24 year, certain segments of the creek banks along Stevens Creek have severely eroded. The areas of concern are along Stevens Creek between Middlefield Road and Moffett Road in the city of Mountain View, adjacent to the Wisman Park and Mountain View Wisman property. So this is the project site. To identify the repairs needed, the city hired a consultant to document the erosion and prepare the design plans for the erosion areas. The erosion areas are located as A, B, and C, as well as D. Our portion that is on the Mountain View Wisman School District property is Area C. We have a few photos of the erosion at locations C and D. So again, the C location is on our property. So the current project status, we are at 100% draft design, which means that all drawings and specifications are completed. The proposed repair work requires permits from regulatory agencies, including the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board, United States Army Corps of Engineers, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So one of the reasons that we brought this to the board earlier in the year was because this is definitely something that takes multiple different agencies looking at it, and is definitely not it's not part of our expertise as a school district. So the city offered to take on this process if we were able to cover our proportional share. Pending permit approval from the regulatory agencies, it's anticipated the project will be self-mitigating for impacts to the creek and vegetation. In addition, Valley Water has an easement along this creek easement. Therefore, an encroachment permit is required for the repair. So this is looking at the repair design at locations A and C. So the proposed repair includes installing a log crib structure along the toe of the bank and regrading the eroded upper bank covers with biodegradable erosion control fabric. And we have a picture that will show you what this looks like. The log crib structure will improve bank stability by reducing the bank slope and incorporating vegetation to the bank's surface. In addition, the log root wads will be installed and anchored at selected locations along the creek to improve stability at the toe of the bank and provide habitat benefits. The repair work will also replace existing exposed or damaged storm drain pipes and swells. So here are photos of what it will look like. And this is looking at the construction access and staging. It will require the project will require providing the city temporary construction easement, which is highlighted in the red. So for access, staging, and construction activity on district property. Construction access will enter on the site via the existing Valley Water Maintenance Path entry from Middlefield Road. So actually, if you've walked this path, it's the easiest way to access this area. So that way the city can access both sides of Stevens Creek. Shown in front of you is the estimated project cost. The engineer's opinion of probable cost of construction for the repair work is almost 2 million for the entire project. The repair work at location C on our property is approximately 820,000, which is 27% of the total construction cost. Then looking forward at post-project maintenance and monitoring, the project will require mitigation due to the impacts on the creek channel, which will be incorporated in the project design and construction. The mitigated areas will require a period of monitoring after construction. City staff will be responsible for the routine monitoring and minor maintenance of the project site during the monitoring period. When the maintenance requires the help of outside vendors, the cost of the maintenance of these components will be proportionally allocated. Something that we also appreciate is district staff does not have the expertise to monitor what is happening with the erosion. So this is a breakdown of the cost sharing estimates. Again, we would be responsible for approximately 27% of the cost, as well as ongoing maintenance if it's needed. So our next steps, we will bring forward a partnership agreement. So previously the board had authorized staff to set aside a portion of money to cover this. And then we will, moving forward, we will bring something likely under the consent section with a formal cost sharing agreement for this project. The city will move forward to obtain environmental permits and complete the bid package. And the City of Mountain View Council will approve the Mountain View Wisman agreements and design package for construction by March 2026. And the anticipated construction window is June to October 2026. So this is coming up quickly. And the goal is to get this taken care of before the rainy season hits again. The next update is solar at the Mountain View Sports Pavilion, or GRAM, and the Wisman Sports Center at Crittenden. So this is a second update that we're bringing to you. We first brought this to you on April 18th, 2024, about a partnership between the City of Mountain View and the district to provide solar at both sports gyms. Since then, the city has moved forward with a planning process, and tonight we'll update the board on the status of the project. For context, reminding us is that the city will pay for the cost at GRAM and the district will cover its proportional share at Crittenden. These are the locations that were presented earlier. These locations are still the locations where solar is planned. At GRAM, we are moving forward right now with the GRAM carport. So over the winter break, there have been notices that have gone out to the area around GRAM as well as GRAM families. They will be working on prepping the area for the carport. So for the GRAM carport, moving through phase 1, December 17th through February 2026. So 8 trees located along the fence line between the parking lot and the track will need to be removed, but they are also going to be replaced. During this time period, parking lot capacity will be reduced by 1/3. Phase 2 will be mid-February through April 2026. In addition to the parking lot structure, the city is also planning the roof-mounted solar arrays on the sports pavilion, which you just saw a photo of. This is looking at the tree removal. Just to make it easier to see, there's purple dots over the trees that will be removed. And the next slide is showing the tree mitigations or where trees will be replaced. I'm not going to read through this, but a little bit of background on the gyms. At Crittenden, we have a operation agreement with the city where we split the cost of maintaining Crittenden, as well as all utilities. At GRAM, the city takes care of all the costs for maintenance and utilities, which is why at GRAM, the city is taking on the cost of doing the solar. So in April 2024, staff provided an estimate of $163,000 for solar at Crittenden. Since then, the Since that time, the cost has increased to $256,985. At the time of the original estimate, the city was in process of doing the design, so this is a more refined number. To go back to this, the cost, since this is a fairly small cost in terms of how much we've spent on solar in the past, previously, staff had used the 163,000 and used funds that were left over from the original Measure T solar project, and there is enough left that we can cover this as well. So we wanted to ask for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Any clarifying questions from trustees? Trustee Conley?
Yes, does the city's costs for the Graham site include the tree replacement? They will be paying for the new trees as well?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Trustee Lambert?
Why is the carport being built?
Now, as opposed to doing it at the same time for the rooftop mounts?
Just why is it necessary to build a carport?
I think it has to, and I'll let the city jump in, but I'm assuming it has to do with the size and the amount of solar arrays that are needed to produce the amount of energy at the gym.
Got it. It's really to put the solar, to increase the solar number of solar
Capacity.
panels.
Yes,
Got
I mean,
it.
that's why we did
That's the purpose.
carports, so.
Fine, that's the purpose of it.
Other questions? Trustee Conley?
I mean, if anyone from the city wants to jump in and share anything else before we move on to public comment, I think it would be helpful.
Yes, this is David Prenti, Principal Project Manager with the City of Mountain View's Public Works. So I want to thank you for taking this up and appreciate the partnership. Just to share that, the incentives for doing this is to obviously increase our use of green energy and also garner cost savings from the solar production. And that's, one of the answers to your question of why the carport is to increase the production and thereby increase our energy savings. The anticipated savings for Graham over the 20-year period is about $1.3+ million, which split is basically a 250% payback on the investment of each party. So just as an example.
All right. Now we'll move on to public comment. Any members of the public in person, drop off a speaker card. If anyone wants to speak online, please now's the time to raise your hand. Seeing one hand raised, I'll close the public comment and I'll allocate 3 minutes for Myung Lee.
Hi, this is Young. I remember commenting on this issue when it was first raised back in 2024 about the trees being cut down to build the solar panels. I guess I'm not sure who to address for this, but it just, why aren't there more effort in preserving trees and just, fresh air? Because like those trees takes a long time to grow to get to the size where they are. So just to see this big, like this amount of trees being cut down, that also means shades are being removed. I know that there are plans to, plant new trees, but new trees are not that size and not that, that amount of shade. And also, new tree takes cost a lot to upkeep and to, the water cost, the maintenance cost, all that stuff. And I see this trend with the city a lot. Just like anytime there is a new construction, anything, the first thing is, cutting down trees, because obviously it is a lot cheaper to build without, on like around, cheaper to build without obstruction or having to work around things. So I am walking on Castle right now and looking I'm across from ground and I'm looking directly at those trees. And it just breaks my heart to think that, you know, that these trees will be gone in the next few months. And so I just hope, and I don't recall seeing a notification regarding like the removal tree. Are these heritage trees? And so, yeah, I'm just hope that the district and the city collaborate in a way just to stop cutting down trees, because then you're eliminating shades for the kids, and for the people using the field, and you're taking away the fresh air, the oxygen and all that stuff. So that's my comment. I'm just very disappointed.
Thank you. Right, now moving to the board for discussion. Do we have a motion?
I move that the board approve the Stevens Creek Trail erosion and solar partnership plans.
We have a second?
Just confirming, is that what we're approving or just the allocation of the money?
Approving the allocation of money.
We'll amend that,
Re-
say
Did motion?
to approve the Stevens Creek Trail erosion and solar partnership plan allocation of funding.
Do we have a second?
Second?
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously from trustee Lambert, seconded by trustee Reed. Right. Being that it is 9:35, do we have a motion to extend the meeting in case?
Do you think this is going to take that long?
No, I think we can do it. We have
Okay.
community comments still and then potentially discussion of future agenda. I'm cautious. I don't want us to have to adjourn immediately in my first meeting that I'm.
I think at 9:50, we can always chime in if we need.
All right, fair enough. With that, we'll move on to item J, first reading board policies and board bylaws. There should be slides attached. Oh, it's in the main. Yes, it's up one level. Yeah. All right. So everyone's favorite part of the night, I will discuss the results of our policy committee meeting. I will try to be brief. We had a marathon session this time, and we paid deep attention to a lot of them. I forget exactly how long it took trustee Henry and staff and I to go through it, but it was longer than the usual meeting, but we made it through. And so a lot of it was from the November 2025 update, in some previous committee meetings and some of the staff recommendations. And now here we have our policy. Next slide. I usually try to thematically group these somewhat because it was a kind of a large mix. This was a little more challenging, but this one was roughly, I think, communications, operations, and finance. Next slide, please. Then we had a couple groups here of professional staff policies, conduct and safety, and then student-focused services and education. Next slide, please. Then we had refreshing a bunch of our bylaws, which I'll get to at the end. So first, district-sponsored social media. Quick highlights here. So our district-sponsored social media policy covers the social media accounts that we create, which are there to kind of further our vision, mission, and communication goals. We've got some options for how we treat these and our views that they mean to exist for a limited purpose. We apply viewpoint neutral considerations for the removal of material. This is not meant to be an open public forum on our social media accounts. We have to ensure the accessibility of the content for individuals with disabilities. In violation of our policies will subject staff and students, if they're operating them, to discipline if they're misused. The updates to the policy are pretty light. A lot of the changes for the from the CSBA batch here were in the associated administrative regulations, but the policy itself is pretty light on changes. Next one. Advertising and promotions. So we do, establish consistent standards for ads and promotions from non-school groups in publications, district school websites, social media, and school facilities and grounds. Again, the choice of operating as a non-public forum, which would prohibit all external advertising, or a limited public forum, which permits certain advertising and distribution of materials. We chose and have chosen in the past to be a limited public forum. Materials have to be reviewed by staff based on established criteria, and they're rejected for specific reasons. The update to the policy here contains additional criteria for advertisements around state nutritional standards. So any foods. Next slide, please. This one was last updated in 2014, if I recall correctly. Brings us up to date with the CSBA 2018 revision. Roughly in brief, our existing policy lets the district accept gifts, grants, and bequests, but they have to be mission aligned and cannot directly or indirectly impair our authorities to make decisions in the best interests of students, compromise our provision of equitable educational opportunities, or encourage violations of the law, promote prohibited behaviors, or unduly commercialize our school environment. So those are the conditions we have. Sometimes gifts will come with conditions, and we must ensure that we'll be able to satisfy those before acceptance as a board. And then all gifts, grants, and requests do become district properties. Since we last updated this in 2014, the major update here is bringing in online fundraising, which I don't think really existed at that time. So now we have some policies directly around that and how we handle it. Debt issuance and management. This is mandatory by the government code, and it's kind of our framework for how we issue debt, which is maintaining accountability for our fiscal health and attaining the best possible credit rating for each debt issue to reduce interest costs while still preserving our financial flexibility. Authorized purposes such as capital improvements, refunding existing debt, and providing cash flow needs. I think we're familiar with a lot of the tools that we've used for this in the past. The superintendent or designee is responsible for administering the program, retaining our advisors as necessary, and establishing internal control procedures. The updates primarily include that ahead of selling any bonds, the governing board must adopt a resolution stating our express approval of the method of sale and a statement of the reasons for the method of sale. And the district required to submit annually a report to CDIAC following a bond issuance. Next one. Parcel taxes. We're very familiar with parcel taxes. We've just done one, so this will be pretty brief, but they're basically approval requirements, how we as board have to vote on them, and how the public will approve them. Kind of the uniformity of rate structure with parcel taxes. This is primarily replacing an older policy we had, which I'll talk later about how we're rescinding that. And this is the new up-to-date version from CSBA. Next slide. Hopefully we won't need this one anytime soon, but it's a good time to refresh. We're pretty familiar with the recruitment and selection process, all of us, but we are the ones responsible for selecting the superintendent. We establish the process and own it. It's our choices as a board. We can acquire folks to help us along with that, but it's our process. There's some rewording in the new update around some of the steps of the process, like what we can retain advisors for and how, and removing ones where boards traditionally do not utilize them. And there's a new state law regarding candidates with some public duty related felonies, SB 521 for 2025. So cannot hire candidates with those specific felonies. Next slide. Paraprofessionals such as instructional aides, special education aides, and teachers assistants are valuable personnel, part of the full team that supports student learning. they must possess the qualifications required by law and need to be supervised by certificated personnel. Assignments determined based on the greatest benefit to students, and they need clear definition of roles and responsibilities. They receive ongoing support and regular performance assessments, usual things for staff. There's not a major update to this one. I'm sure you saw. This is a really old one, and we removed a reference to No Child Left Behind Act, I believe. So that's no longer applicable here, but this is part of why we do this process of going through these and just kind of coming through. Next slide. Campus security. As a board, we commit to a secure school environment, provide safety of students, staff, and visitors, and protect property, facilities, and equipment from theft and vandalism. The superintendent or designee will develop and regularly review our security procedures. And then we have some guidelines for how we use surveillance systems, such as prohibiting their placement in areas where individuals might have a reasonable expectation of privacy, audio capability being disabled, and we need conspicuous signage. The updates here are, again, bringing things further cybersecurity considerations to them and some requirements around immediate reporting of specific homicidal threats. Next, bus conduct. We expect everyone to maintain appropriate and orderly conduct while using our student school transportation. Superintendent designee will actually establish the rules related to conduct and driver authority. They may deny students the privilege of using school transportation if there's persistent refusal or continued disorderly conduct. And then the update here is add some language around use of video recording on buses and transparency regarding how we notify folks of those recordings being taken. Our existing food policy for food service and child nutrition program charges us with carefully selecting foods that contribute to students' well-being, meeting or exceeding the legal nutrition standards. It's a core necessity for the ability to learn. And this is a place where I think our process of reviewing policies identifies places where we are asking for annual reporting, maybe not statutory required, sometimes it is, but here are certain places where as a board we've decided that we should be getting these annual reports. And so this is, I think, really one of the benefits of our policy committee of looking through these and peeling back a lot of the things we have and figuring this out. So we've had a keen eye on that for a couple meetings now. The updates here, they cover the universal meal provisions that are relatively new, and they highlight prioritizing our freshly prepared meals. Next slide. Parent involvement. So, the existing policy here is around parents and guardians being children's first and most influential teachers. The update is our Title I obligations, and that we want to jointly develop our plans with parents and collaborate. The update here is we took some language that was previously in an AR around advisory committees, they call it a parent advisory committee, but our ELAC and committees like that, and moved it into the policy directly. And then there's some updated language for compliance with our CDE federal monitoring. Comprehensive health education. Must be planned, sequential, aligned with the state content standards, covering 6 key areas: nutrition, physical activity, growth, development, and sexual health, injury prevention and safety, alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs, mental, emotional, and social health, and personal and community health. Overall goal is to promote student wellness holistically, and periodic reports on implementation and effectiveness. Previously, we have already provided parental notification opt-outs. We last updated this policy in 2006. So this is more reflecting our existing practices here. Then the last of the policies, courses of study. Well-aligned sequence of courses being necessary to foster academic growth, maximize our instructional time, provide students with opportunities for skills and knowledge required for success. We look to design courses that prepare students for the subsequent ones, minimize duplication, and collect only essential prerequisites for them so that the flow of these courses really is focused. Higher grades, we offer a course of study that prepares them to meet the requirements and prereqs for California public colleges and universities. And then we have a prohibition on discrimination in providing courses so that they're accessible to everyone. You'll recall the updates here. One of them was from SB 1137, where language specifically around prohibited discrimination also includes combinations of 2 or more protected characteristics. We had a bunch of updates earlier around that. And then similar language from earlier about parental opt-out requirements. Next slide. Bylaw refresh. Not a huge significant change, more cleanup and updates. And then one thing that we have included here is part of the policy development process, calling out specifically the board policy committee as a part of that role in how we set that up. And then last bit here is rescinding. So stale policies either no longer part of suggested policy by CSBA or moved into other policies. So parcel tax moved over to a different policy. Education of language learners for special ed was incorporated into our education of English language learners policy, and then board vacancies exhibit was replaced by the filling vacancies policy. So no significant changes there. And then you're right, I wrapped up quickly. Any clarifying questions from trustees? All right.
Or just add one note that some of the things that were, this is a combination of the November packet and certain things that staff members who are toiling through getting us ready to host our policies on the Gamut Policy Plus platform are discovering things that were not previously, just haven't been updated in a long time. So that's where some of the things that were President DeFazio has mentioned, not being updated since 2006 or 1999, occasionally will be thanks to our staff that are working very hard to get us ready to have a beautiful, searchable platform for our policies.
I'm very excited about that. So moving, anyone any questions further? Moving on to public comment. Will any member of the public in person turn in a speaker card? Otherwise, anyone online, raise your hand. We have, I'll pause to let people raise hands. We have one member of the public, MVWSD parent. I'll give you, before I closed, we have 2. These are the 2 we will have. So MVWSD parent, I'll give you each 3 minutes. So.
Hey, thanks for taking my comment. I really appreciate the hours and hours of hard work that went into updating all these board policies. I just want to touch base yet again on inventory because I don't see a board policy on inventory. And I think it is critical, not just for compliance reasons, right? Funding and grants that require a physical inventory be conducted, and I think on an annual basis, but also for just general asset tracking, in that we have millions and millions of dollars in inventory. I think it's important that we have a board policy requiring an annual inventory. The board passed, $175,000 in designer furniture for the staff housing, including, I think, approval for a chair that was worth more than $2,000. Should somebody decide to move that chair up into their apartment without an annual physical inventory, we would not even know that that asset is gone. So I think it is important that we have a board policy on inventory and would appreciate the consideration of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Ms. Liu.
Sorry, I thought I had a comment, but I'll save it for another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussions? First reading.
Yeah, my only, and maybe I should have asked it as a clarifying question, but the only thing, I'm very happy to see all of this done and we keep trucking through. Good job, policy committee. There's a lot of policies out there that we have to get through. And so I really appreciate the time and the staff time that goes into it as well. The update for the actual board bylaw around policy development, is the intent that the policy committee be like a gatekeeper on new policy generated by the board, or can the board generate a new policy as a whole without it having to go through the committee? I'm trying to parse the language here.
Intent wise, it was, right, like the board can choose to hear directly any agenda item that we want to, right? Like, I think this is more setting the general accepted path, but like it is entirely the board's prerogative to bypass the committee if we so demand. But
I think, in the past, we didn't have a board policy committee, or we would do kind of ad hoc committees based on something coming up. But the policy that we have kind of developed that was new in the past usually came through full board discussion and development as a part of a resolution, for example. So I just wanted to make sure,
yeah, I think this.
that this didn't roll that out.
So in item 4, right, you can see
That's where I'm looking.
the board may agendize, revise, or new policies presented by the board policy committee, or one or more discussions or presentations with respect to the need for a new or revised board policy. I think the intent is to have it generally referred, but I don't expect the board policy committee will bottle up policies and prevent them from coming ahead.
I think that
If we
sentence
want to
is,
revise the
that sentence is
language,
unclear to me.
that makes sense.
So maybe if we could just update, otherwise I'm happy to make a motion to approve everything else, but I'd just like to amend that section.
And again, this is why we do first readings. This
Yep.
is not a motion here.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
This is why it's good as part of this process to do the first and second readings, right? Because we do want to deliberate over these
Yep.
and discuss them. The policy committee makes recommendations, but we're not the final.
You're not the hammer. No, thank you. I would like to clarify that language because it's not entirely clear in that sentence. And I think for example, when we did the dress code policy, that was a full board discussion. And I think it was really important that it was generated by the entire board. It did not get kind of caught up in a committee beforehand.
What I would suggest, probably that might work well at least, is we agendize discussions for policies, refer them to the committee to actually hammer out the language that we need to, and review what comes back from staff. And then we get a first reading and a second reading. I don't think it's necessary, but I think that would be
I don't want to
plausible path.
control, so I think it can be easy I think we have a very good board. I have seen boards where people leverage things like that to gatekeep others. And so I don't want to put in language that can be used as gatekeeping. I don't get the sense that this board would ever do that, right? But I also think, for example, if it was dress code, if we were to do that all over again, I think it would make more sense for 2 trustees who were interested in working on that specific issue to be appointed by the board to work on it, rather than it having to go through the policy committee. Because they're particularly invested in that specific issue and doing all of the research and what have you. And so that's where I just don't want this to be too prescriptive. And we might not always have a board policy committee, frankly. We might not always have the bandwidth or capacity to have that run. And so that's what I'm interested in having here, is the flexibility in the language, that for new policy generation, it could be that the board directs the board policy committee to take it up. It could also be that the board appoints an ad hoc committee to address that singular policy, bring it back for board review, or it could be that the board directs staff to bring something for the board to review.
Yeah, so a lot of other folks I've been talking a lot. So
I just want to do a time check. It's 9:57.
Oh,
I make a motion to extend the meeting until 11:15.
have a second.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sure you didn't mean 11:15.
10:15.
but that's fine.
I accept the friendly amendment. Oh, no.
I was like, wow, they're really padding it. But
Sorry. It's going to be a long discussion.
We have clarity on what is the motion?
yeah, so 10:15
I'm accepting a friendly amendment to 10:15.
and the 10:15.
Motion to extend the meeting till 10:15. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
So I feels a little meta to suggest this, but whether this policy should go back to the policy committee to review the language, maybe look at some other districts and see, how because
I think that's what's being suggested.
I agree. Yes, my view would that have a policy committee outline how it works if it's going through the policy committee, but not that excludes things coming directly to the board. Or I think if it were a situation of an ad hoc committee, we'd have to just think about how that works with this existing and make sure that one of us isn't, as a dress code example, like that would be something I'd be interested in, but I'm also on this committee. So whether it would, but that would need to be, anyway, I think we should take this one back to.
So just to clarify, we're going to pull BB 9310 into the committee again.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in general, like I think there's value in that body as deliberative on policy, but I do not want it to be a gatekeeper. I want it to be like a repository of us to be able to take the time to consider these things, and for things that are not urgent, right? Like we can be thoughtful about it and work and give staff time to prepare and all this.
I think what Trustee Conley is sort of pointing out, that there will come a time, right, when there's policies that we want to adopt for our district and not just take it from the CSBA like we're doing here. Dress code is an example that came up, a year or so ago. So, yeah, and those are going to need a little bit more attention from the board, the parents, the staff.
And I will say, my expectation, one of the reasons I think it's important that we do this first reading and then a separate vote is that with every single one, there is that opportunity. There may be some that need a special attention of a couple of board members to put them together, but even the long list of everything here, that it was my expectation that, we're willing to do, spend a couple hours on these, as a separate meeting and have them, but that doesn't mean that that has to be the way it is. Anybody should speak up if something is, any of the things is something of interest or concern, and same with public comment on any of these.
Trustee Conley.
Well, I mean, we are a legislative body. We have the power to generate new policy, and most of the policy committee's role I see as updating, reviewing compliance kind of policies, if that makes sense, like going through, are we in alignment? Are there things we're missing? Are there things we need to update? Like there's this very important kind of oversight functional review that the policy committee is undertaking. When I think about generating new policy that's unique to our district, I have experienced that as something very different from the work that the policy committee is currently doing. And that doesn't discount that there's a role for the policy committee in that. But I think when we have had this happen in the past, so I want to say in 2019, perhaps it was pre-COVID, that we did a new dress code policy. And then the resolution around sustainability ended up practically becoming a policy, but not quite. It lives somewhere in the middle. Those were a very different process than what's described here.
So I would challenge that somewhat so the way I would envision kind of something like that happening, which I think is a balance of the board time and the deep dive that the policy committee can do, is the board identifies the need for a new policy, say dress code. We have a study session where we discuss what we want to be in there. We give that direction to staff to prepare it. Then the policy committee reviews how that fits in with all the other things and says, yes, this reflects the board, and then it comes for first reading and second reading still. I think that balances the amount of time and dedication while preserving kind of our board time of hammering out language and checking that.
I mean, you're adding a whole study session instead of just an agenda item. I don't see the path that way. I don't see it as having, I still feel like that feels like gatekeeping by the policy committee about something that may have broader interest from the board, and the policy committee is only 2 people. Whereas the board is 5, and then you could get into politics around who gets on the policy committee and who doesn't. Like, we have a highly functioning board, but I also am in contact with boards all across the county. And so I guess what I live with is the examples of what could also be bad behavior in this situation. So I don't want to approve a bylaw that would prohibit a more open process if the board wants a more open process.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide flexibility. I do. If we have a bad acting board policy and the full board does not like it, we can remove people from the policy committee. This is still under our control, right? Like, I don't think we can kind of, we can't protect ourselves from those things. Those are discussions we have to have if things are happening that we're not happy
I mean, I think we would certainly have the discussion, but there's a difference between removing someone from a committee, which is a pretty drastic action, and saying, let's have this policy be carried and the work done for it by the board members who are most invested in trying to see it through. And it comes to the board for review instead of going, like, I feel like you're trying to exert a control here as a safety mechanism, not you personally, like that there's an effort to control something that doesn't need that. Like, why would the policy committee, I guess I'm trying to imagine, you keep describing a scenario where the policy committee would make sure it fits with our other policies. What does that mean?
So, for example, when we discuss these with staff, sometimes there are cross-references we need to make sure we still have from CSBA. There's language that we like to tweak. Like, as much as I appreciate staff's recommendations, we don't always accept them from even CSBA updates directly. We have a discussion and we talk about it, and we have public meetings as a Brown Act body. So the minutes are there, we have minutes, we have the agenda, you can see the inputs and the outputs from this. I think there's value in having that time to dedicate just to that, right? Like, our last meeting was relatively long. We discussed a lot of things.
I think you guys are doing wonderful work too. I just don't want this particular item 4 to create a future frozen process for generating new policy that it always has to go to that committee first. I think it should be more flexible.
That's right. We'll take this back and we've taken the feedback. I think that we have direction, correct? All right.
And
Any-
I was just going to say that I think it ties in, there's the other bylaw that talks about requesting things for the agenda. That is kind of what this is getting at too, of it's requesting that a policy idea be brought to the board and then, sending it back. So I think it ties in a little bit there. Because my intention is not to draft this in a way that it's gatekeeping, but more, but also just reiterating that, like, even in the things that go through the policy committee first, they're absolutely open to feedback and comment from the full board. In addition, especially there's sometimes CSBA sample policies that have more choice than others. And so there's some that are gonna, I think there've been a couple where we've even seen it and said, that actually just needs to be its own agenda item. So they can kind of go both ways. So I think the flexibility and the fluidity is important lens for us to look at this at.
Any further discussion? All right. With that, we will move on to community comments. So this time we open the floor for community comments on items not appearing on tonight's agenda. Please remember that the Brown Act prohibits the board from discussing or taking action on any item not listed in the posted agenda. We have, anyone in person wishes to speak on items not on the agenda, and anyone remote. I will pause for a second for hands to go up. All right, seeing 2 hands. Let's see, I'll start with Myung Lu. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. This is our last meeting of 2025. So just want to thank President Lambert for leading, our school district through this like very interesting past year. And, just the whole hiring the new superintendent, handling the housing, teachers' housings and just everything that you've done. So just really appreciative. Thank you. Also, I just also want to make a public appreciation for Principal Benavides at Graham that his last day will be at the end of the school year, of the end of this month, and just the huge change that he made to the Graham community in his 1.5 years there was incredible, and it just you know makes the community feel whole again, and it's just such a big loss to to our school district and to the middle school, and but just want to appreciate him for everything he's done for us. That's it. Oh, and also thank you for the board members and you know and Superintendent Bear and all the staff for all of your service and for all your time.
Thank you. Next up, MVWSD parent, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, piggybacking on what Young just said, I just want to thank you all members of the board and Superintendent Bear for the past year. The amount of time, effort, finesse, intelligence that goes into that had to go into working the district's way through the housing issue. I just cannot emphasize enough that this board has worked tirelessly to fix some problems and set us in a new direction. And I really appreciate all the effort that was put forth. A couple of other off agenda items. I realized recently that in going through board policies, our board needs to request sample policies from the district. And that does seem a little backwards. So I'm hoping that whatever funding or whatever needs to be allocated so that our board has direct access to board policies, sample board policies, CSBA policies. I'm hoping that we can get whatever door unlocked that needs to be unlocked so that our board can directly access those policies. So any work we can make in that regard would be great. And ideally, we would give all board members access to those policies. That's all I have. Thanks so much, you guys. Bye-bye.
And now with our, I'm going to try to go fast because we have 3 minutes. Board updates. Any updates since the last meeting? Seeing none. Items for future agendas.
Just a reminder, the mid-year evaluation. So we need to get that pegged down.
All right, we will noted. Now, future board meeting dates. January 15th, 2026, January 29th, 2026, and February 12th. I remember hearing we wanted to add another one.
I would like to add January 7 as a special meeting date.
January 7th is a special meeting. All right, now adjournment. Let's see, we've run the whole agenda. Any further business? Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned at 10:12. The next regular meeting is scheduled for January 15th, 2026.